Sorry for blasting everyone. Microphone wasn't working. All right. Another day. Let me just try to get my headset working properly. Another day doing some App Store optimization, unsolicited opinions. Put your app details in the chat. I'll check it out and we can work through it together. Yesterday I tried this, worked well, I had a lot of fun. I'll be doing it again for another hour today. It's a beautiful day here in Melbourne. For all you Americans, you always say it wrong. Let me just try to get this centered a bit better. There we are, that's better. How's that audio? The music too loud? I want the music to be in the background a bit. Alright, I learnt from my mistakes yesterday. I was very unprepared for doing a stream where I was showing my phone screen and trying to run through all of the App Store optimization side of things. And just ran into technical problem after technical problem. Beautiful day in Queensland as well. Gabriel. Good storms last night. Not yet too hot today. Well, what's the temperature here today, actually? I a bit delayed today. Had two kids right here a minute ago. Couldn't really start until helped get them ready out the door. It's only 11 degrees, but it felt nice out there. It's going to be warm today. Warm today though. I have check out my setup. So today, a better way of showing what's on the screen. I had to get QuickTime to show what's on the screen, you have to plug in through a USB cable. Plugging in through the USB cable to a hub didn't work. The MacBook Pro only has 2 ports, so I had to find a way to plug my iPhone directly into the MacBook Pro, and I had to rejig a lot of cables. So I'm in a mess of cables at the moment. It's not my ideal situation. There you go. Also, I lowered my monitor, so my monitor. I wonder if I can do this right. So I've got like a camera set up on top of the monitor. So the camera is set up on top of the monitor. And before, I don't know if I can show you a full picture, but I've had to lower the whole monitor down so that so you're not just looking at my enormous forehead. But I'm going to check out some apps. I've got some people in my DMs who have said they're not going to be able to make it into the streams because, the time zone sucks for some people. Australia, it's 10 a.m. here, and that means getting pretty late elsewhere around. So I got a couple to visit. But I'll kick it off with Toma, been very patient. Flexi language flashcards. I've got an idea. So what I want to do is record. I'm going to record what I'm saying. And then ideally what I want to do is turn that recording into, put it through Claude, give like actionable steps at the end of it. I don't know, that might not work. It was an idea I came up with. We'll see how it goes. And yesterday I was talking about, so I'm using Restream to do the chat. And I was having a hard time trying to work out how to communicate to all the different streams. I'm on YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch. And I was like, someone needs to make an app that I can use to see all my messages on screen and broadcast them. Turns out Restream's already made it. So that was good. Flexi language flashcards. So, I mean, straight away, there's a lot of competition. Duolingo's already one of your competitors. Reminded, I'm looking at this through the Australian App Store, so it could be different everywhere else. So let's go back to Flexi language flashcards. Gotta watch out. I haven't signed in with this phone for a while, so I've got to remember what my password is. First technical issue of the day. It's 2 a.m. for Toma, so I appreciate you sticking around. Raphael, I definitely can review your app. I think, did you DM me, Raphael? If not, post it in the comments. Traore, how many hours do I work every day? I try to restrict it to 9 to 5, like a semi-decent normal job. But when I also try to follow the flow. So if I'm in the flow of building something, like I get very tunnel vision and I just build and I block out too much time than is necessary. But I try to restrict it to 9 to 5, so at least I can be somewhat of a normal human being for my family. Gabriel, I didn't see the post about song sheet. I'll Should hopefully get to it. It's white widget board, game widgets. Okay, so I guess in YouTube, if you're sending links, they're not coming through. They're probably coming through as spam. Tomo, I have iOS 18 installed on my primary phone. This is my old iPhone 12 mini, which is probably relevant with this. Is that good or bad for testing the app? So I like, straight away, what do I like about it? Flexi language flashcards. We've got the keyword in the title. That's good. Learn new vocabulary with AI. Like, good. Boost your vocabulary. Straight away, call to action. This is the examples I was sort of getting at yesterday in terms of this is what I love, this sort of layout. A very visual style of the app itself and just a clear call to action at the top. Create flashcards with AI. Yeah. Very neat, very neat. Widgets for quick access. I'm not sure how much advice I can give. It looks like it should work fine on iOS 17. Let's see. Oh, wow. Yeah. What language do I want to learn? I need to brush up on my French so that I can talk to Mark. Beginner. For my career. English. Technology. Fitness. Business. Science. And the onboarding. Yeah, no, that very neat. Very neat. I don't know what Anki and Quizlet is. I guess if you're looking at learning languages, you already know what that is. Generate or upload images. I'm not quite... I guess when I'm using the app, I'd know what that refers to. And I guess this paywall would pop up when I'm using the app. But at this point in time, I have no idea what generating or uploading images does. And I have no idea what importing Anki and Quizlet is. So my motivation for signing up right now, I can get some AI word suggestions. But with that said, I think just a moment ago it was telling me it was generating something with AI. So it went through the onboarding process and generated words for me. And then the feature says AI word suggestions. The only advice, like everything is neat, clean. Again, I should point out, this is in Australian dollars. So the annual plan, $33 a year, $6.75 a month. Oh yeah. So it's like a flashcard. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how much value I can add. This is top tier. It looks good, works well. Looks like crushing it with the actual optimization side. I haven't looked into keywords. Maybe there's some insights in keywords, but I'm not quite sure how much help I can actually be with this one. So the language flashcards, obviously the keyword you're targeting. Learn vocabulary. How old is the app? 2 months. So from my experience, if you're thinking there's some quick things you can do to boost the rankings, it's still, from my experience, it goes through initial boost in the first couple of weeks. You get prioritized in search, goes through a lull, and then over 6 months you start to see a pickup if it's going to pick up. So if the app is 2 months old, I don't think you're going to see, like, you're probably in that lull at the moment, but there's a lot of time and effort that's gone into it, and it's packaged well. So I think that it would work. The issue is finding these keywords. So you're targeting keywords that are similar. Well, you're going against Duolingo and some big players. So the difficulty with these keywords is really high. And then, interestingly, language flashcards is not very popular. Who are you competing against? Anki app flashcards. So that Anki was, I think I recall you being able to import from there. So I can see what you're referring to now. So smart, and I guess Anki. Anki flashcards, 82 in education. Their pricing is 1 year $49.99 Australian, US $33 American. What did we say yours was? So your price point is the same as the Anki. If there's a benefit for people to go, so I'm not quite sure the use case of Anki, but if Anki is pretty much like the same functionality that you're providing, there's a benefit there for being able to import from Anki to your app. But what's the benefit? And one of the benefits could be price motivation. That's generally like the motivation that I focus on as an indie app developer. But if there's other motivators that someone would import their apps from Anki to yours, then so be it. But if it's the same price and as Anki is already established well, and you're offering the same service or less than the same service for the same price as Anki, Vocabulary builder. I'll check that out. So yeah, I'd be questioning myself if I was competing against Anki and I made it easy to export. I'd be looking at the price motivator part of it. Let's see the other word that you're targeting. Vocabulary builder. My vocabulary needs work because I had a hard time spelling that one. All right, that's, yeah. Less competition there, more popularity. Definitely, let me preface, nothing I give is advice. Everything is my opinion. I came away from last night's stream thinking, I don't want to give someone the false expectation that what I'm saying is truth. This is just my opinion, my thoughts. If you take these opinions and you implement them, great. If they work, that's what I want to happen. But if they don't work, it's on you. Take what I say with just a grain of salt, a pinch of salt, whatever it's called. Vocabulary builder is a keyword that I'd be targeting in that situation. Currently ranking 175 for that keyword, so you do have some rank there. And if you put that in the title, so if you had vocabulary builder and then flexi vocabulary builder or vocabulary builder flexi, it would be much more beneficial than targeting language flashcards. That's an easy option forward. So if you typed in vocabulary builder, see what I mean? What I like to do is put the keyword, and this ties in with someone mentioned, do we put brand names in there? Verda, should we put brand names in the app title in terms of ASO? This is my opinion about that. My opinion. When someone's typing in something into App Store, if you type vocabulary builder, which is a keyword that people are typing in, if you find, I was trying to click on the screen there. So you'll find keyword first, and then you have brand name after, like your brand after it. That's a good strategy because if someone does click on your link, I'm trying to click it again, then your brand is in there, which makes it easier for people to find you. That was an interesting vocabulary builder. So yeah, I like to preface by saying I like to put my brand, if I've got a brand in the app, put it at the end, keyword first, brand. And then it comes up in the search here. Anki doesn't support AI features. And I know this comes down to that fact. I know we're enjoying AI and we find practical use out of it. But just talking to the average person, even my partner, anyone in my life that's not on the computer all the time and not in our field, they're asking why AI has any practical use in their life, just from my experience. I'm not quite sure that it's a selling point for a consumer app that, like saying it's got AI in it, isn't necessarily the selling point. The selling point is clearly keyword guided path to, and there's a better way to say this, but a guided path to flashcard generating. So a keyword word recommendations, or tie in with the ability to learn and have recommendations. What am I trying to say? We have an app that helps people learn new languages with flashcards. It uses AI. What is the benefit/feature? That's search. Personalized learning. So they're the benefits. The AI is the technology behind it. The feature, the benefit is personalized learning, intelligent card generation, adaptive difficulty. They're the things that AI empowers the user to do. So I would say that the AI feature, my gut says that users would prefer to know what their benefit is from the AI functionality to differentiate yourself from Anki. Gabriel sums it up better than I could. AI isn't a selling point. What AI enables is a selling point. So, let's see if I can finish that recording. I was on that for 22 minutes. And then what I want to do is I want to convert that to audio, to text. I'm trying something different. Transcribe files. So I'm trying to record that audio for you. I guess there's more of a seamless way of doing this, but for now. Kerem, does it make a difference for ASO if word is in the title or subtitle? I've heard that duplicating the same keyword in the title and subtitle is a bad thing. For me, the title, the first part of the title is the most important, because not only is it helping you with the ASO side of things, but it's helping you with that search recommendation that pops up. So when someone types in a keyword, it comes up with recommendations. And if you can get in that recommendation list, it doesn't matter if you rank poorly for keywords in the long tail. If you can get on that recommended list, people click it and your app appears. But for the ASO side of things, I believe the keywords that you put into the subtitle and the title are both sort of signals to App Store, the algorithm, to show you in search results. But a lot of my focus has been on that initial search recommendation list. So put in keyword first, branded title next. My transcript is ready. . This is a transcript of an app, an ASO review of Flexi. Language flashcards. Provide me with the key points to create a tweet summarizing the session. Let's see if this works. The review says the app is clean, visually appealing, designed with clear call to action. It's competing in a crowded space against established apps like Duolingo and Anki. The reviewer suggests targeting vocabulary builder as a keyword instead of language flashcards. Pricing is similar to competitors, which may not provide a strong motivation for users to switch. The reviewer emphasizes, instead of referring to me as the reviewer, what tone is it? Remove references to a person reviewing or alright, that looks cool. Flexi language. Even when I type in just Flexi, even typing in Flexi, there's a whole bunch of apps called Flexi. So if I'm looking for your app, straight away there's a lot of competition even on the brand name. Just to suggest, just a insight. Flexi stretching for women. Flexi lang. There we are. And then what I want to do, trying to make double use of my time. So I'm live on stream answering questions about ASO. Copy link. And then hopefully it sends a bit of traffic your way as well, I guess. Oh, I hate how Claude does that. Then we had a screenshot. I think that works. Next one, I did promise someone. Who did I promise? Raphael, widget board game widgets. I'm not quite sure how much I could help. Sending links on Twitter works because it allows links. Sending links on YouTube doesn't work. I'm sorry, Verda, if you don't understand everything that I'm saying. If you have any questions, let me know. If you're in app development, let me know. Verda says, oh no, British accent. Well, I have you know, it's an Australian accent. It's not a British accent. I'll check out. So, Raphael, I don't have a lot of experience with widgets, so we'll check out widget board game widgets. Widget board. All right, straight away, widget board, game widgets, first result, click it. Let me just do that again, just in case we need a password. Hang on, let me record. This is for widget board game widgets. I mean, what I see straight off the bat is it's fun. I know exactly the keyword you're targeting. I know exactly what it's doing. There's a video, shows me exactly what it does. That's great. Play interactive widget games, all widget sizes. One keyword that goes off with games. I built one game. It flopped. Don't take this as fact. This is my opinion. But one of the keywords that pop up are offline games. Might be worthwhile checking into it. Because I wonder how many people are looking for game widgets. We can dig into that in a bit, but we shall find out. This is 1 month old. So you've been through that initial boost, and now you're in that lull. Is there a demand for widget games? Bold move putting a paywall straight away. The issue with creating a widget app is people rarely come into the app itself. People are using the widgets. I would suggest, I would think that not many people would be purchasing with a paywall on the first step. And the motivator for helping us create future apps, there's nothing in it for the user. A user doesn't want to help you. The user wants to be helped. So those like buy me a coffee and give me a tip and those types of things, unless you've created an app that has a community that people love and want to support, unless you've created that rapport, you're not going to get people just contributing out of the kindness of their heart, which sucks. Because if we're creating apps because we love it and we want people to support our journey, then yeah, one way of asking for compensation is like, hey, how about a tip? But we haven't provided any reason for someone to provide a tip. I don't know what the app does, and also you haven't built any rapport. So I don't even know if it's going to be useful. That could be negated by having an onboarding process that shows the video that you've already shown and hype people up to it. But I would suggest revisiting that paywall. That's a direction that I wouldn't go with it. I'd be focusing on the benefits and the features. I should be sending reviews. I should be helping guys out and sending reviews. I'll do that next time it pops up. There we are. Yeah. Adding widgets on the iPhone, quite cumbersome. Having a way for people to be able to do that is, like, showing them how to do it is a good idea. Widget board game. Widget games, game widget, offline games, offline game. Widget games. There you go. So people are looking for widget games. Widget board. Why is that not coming up? Widget board, 2 words. I'm not quite sure what of a difference it makes reversing the words. But like we were saying in the other app, my gut would tell me that widget board comes second. So it'd be widget games, widget board. And if people are typing in widget games, there's no recommendations. If I was to believe that the popularity is 30, the difficulty is medium, and nothing's popping up for widget games, and that's everything is all accurate, then if you put widget games in your title, you're going to come up in that searched result and get some downloads. Widget dinosaur game. Good volume. Widget pet game. There you go. I never knew people were looking for games in their widgets. I don't know who would be looking for widget games. Kids? If the kids grab my phone, they can play it. I don't know. But there's volume. Toma, I don't spend money on Apple search ads. I've done it in the past, but it's a great way to go broke. I haven't found a way to make it work. I don't know how people are making it work. I'm not the person to be asking on the App Store ads side of things, because it costs like the recommendation says you have to spend $5 per install. How do you recoup $5 per install? Even $1, $2. I think most of my apps are generating like 50 cents to $1 per install, and $1 is successful in my books. If I'm getting the traffic for free, that's great. But if I'm paying $1 per install and on average I'm generating $1 back, why? And I guess if there's some sort of social element to it, that works well for viral growth. But App Store ads, once you stop paying, you lose your traffic. Whereas App Store optimization, it's evergreen. What was I doing? I was transcoding this one for you. Ozan. I got 18 million views in the last 3 months. 18 million impressions for the last 3 months. What's your conversion rate? How many installs have you had, Ozan? Yeah. So I'm using Astro. I should have mentioned that from the beginning. Astro is what I'm using to look up the keywords. Try Astro ASO. Try astro.app is what I'm using. The transcript is ready. This is what I'm using for looking up keywords. This is another app that was reviewed. Do the same. Move numbers and make double enter for easy pasting. The app has a clear purpose and visual appeal with a video demonstrating functionality. It's targeting the keyword widget games, which seems to have search volume. The app is 1 month old and likely in a post-initial boost lull. Putting a paywall immediately. The review suggests remove references to the review. This is for a tweet. Ah. What keyword do we say? Widget game seems to have better volume. $8,000 downloads for Ozarns. I mean, I'm not quite sure how much I can help with that one. Read up. Save time, read more. Editor's choice. Validation. Your brand name has a bit of competition. Read up, social reading, read up, kids, read up, save time, read more. Out of curiosity, social reading. What's this app doing? Social reading platform that respects your time and rewards your attention. This is a game. No, gamified reading. Kids learning for read up. And then there's your one. Oh, I need to record. This is for read up. Save time, read more. There's a couple of, just repeating what I said so I can record it. There's a couple of, the brand name read up is being used by other apps as well. So some competition for the brand name read up. Editor's choice. If legit, that's really a great achievement. 3 months old. 18 million impressions. 8,000 downloads. And is that coming from like a feature from the App Store Editor's Choice, or is that through App Store optimization? Because there's no reviews. I'm just going to give my honest opinion, so don't take offense to it. I'm a user looking at it for the first time. I've seen Editor's Choice. That builds credibility. It looks really great. I see 0 reviews, 0 stars. I think there's some credibility there that it doesn't match up. That could just be because I'm in the Australian App Store. I just muted my mic. It could just be because it's in the Australian App Store in Turkey. That makes sense. Unlock your reading potential. So what keywords would you be targeting? I can't really see So we said Turkey, didn't we? This country is not present on Apple search ads, so I can't search for the... So again, in the US, 0 ratings. I would suggest that the editor's choice is a really powerful, obviously a really powerful motivator. I would have... There's a clear benefit in the title, save time, read more. I'm left wondering what the app does. I'm going to install it. There's some reviews here that I guess they're from the Turkish app store. No word limit, read highlights. So the paywall is focusing a lot on the features. It's presented at the beginning. What's the motivation for me to... And I'm still a little bit confused what the app does. I guess I've already known what the app does if I found it, but I'm a bit confused what the app does. And then there's benefits. So explain what the app does. And it's possible that English isn't your first language, so it's possible that I'm missing something in translation. Press quick story. In a small gallery, a painting mysteriously changes appearance every night. The curator, baffled by this phenomenon, to investigate. The motivator for focus removed my focus. The motivator to purchase focus removed my focus on the app. I get it now. So this is that technique that was used. I think this technique has a name, right? What's that technique of learning where you see one word at a time displayed on screen instead of reading an entire paragraph? You can seem to read more. Rapid serial visual presentation. I don't think people are typing that, are they? No apps are typing that one. Speed reading. Oh, look at that. speed reading has like there's a proper call to act, like a proper use case there with speed reading. Read faster. Fast reading. That didn't pop up. So I think I've seen this before. I've seen this technique before where you have words popping up in that technique. The technical name is rapid serial visual presentation. If there's a language barrier there, it might be you're not targeting the right keywords or not understanding the motivator or the use case. Hang on, there was some more keywords here. Several apps and tools use this technique, like Spritz, ReadMe, and Speed and Speeder. And our app is called Read Up. Let's see. ReadMe and Speeder. Spreeder. Spreeder. That's a brand name. Like you can't necessarily target that one if that's their names. That's their actual name. Speed reading. Reading trainer. Speed reading reader. Quick reader. Speed reading. I might be missing the point, but I think that's your main use case. So let's say I've learned about this technique of speed reading. I mean, I can see it on TikTok, and now I wanna know what it's about. I think that's the use case. I'm not a big fan of. I'll give you 5 stars to support you. I kind of get that you're going for an aesthetic that's different. This is just my opinion. When I'm sitting down to read a book or read, I think about the coziness of it, and I think about the texture of the pages. The pages feel soft. Flipping a page feels soft. What I'm seeing in the design is hard corners and jagged edges. It's a hard comic-like design, which there's no knocking the design at all. I just feel like it's a bit out of place. So the cool thing is I can paste the article in there and then I can speed read it. So it took me. Is that immediately visible on the App Store? Read Up, save time, read more. Kinda, yeah. You are focusing on the ability to save time and read more. Adjust your reading speed to see success. So my opinion as someone that's viewed it for the first time, editor's choice, credibility building, maybe that's the editor's choice moves down a bit and you have more of a headline. Speed reading, maybe if this was my app, maybe it'd be speed reading, read up, and then in the app screenshot itself, I would have save time, read more. And then you're focusing on features, explore, adjust reading speed, see success. What is the benefit of adjust your speeding, see success? Adjust your reading. We don't want to adjust your speeding. Adjust your reading speed. improve comprehension, increase efficiency, better retention, clearly like save time. Those are the benefits there. Worlds, measure your speed and comprehension skills. Speed reading test, comprehension test, test your comprehension of the text. Memory test, test your memory at the beginner level. So there's a bit of an element there in terms of comprehension and increasing comprehension. What keywords would people search for? People might be searching for speed reading app, rapid reading software. Move references to app and software and tool. Let's see if we can find you another keyword. And I want to preface by saying as well, you've already, like you were saying, you've already got 8,000 downloads in 3 months. So you're doing something well. Don't jump into these suggestions without considering the ramifications of that great user acquisition channel that you have at the moment. I would suggest just testing what works, like A/B testing. These are just my opinions. Speed reading seems to be the best bet. Comprehension. Not a lot of volume for comprehension. Hopefully I've been some use with that. If I don't have an app that generates 8 million downloads, so if you've done that through App Store channels, you're onto something good. Hopefully there's some tips there that I've been able to provide that has helped you, or at least given some insight from a user perspective. Share. I'm going to transcode that one. I think I've reached my limit for free transcodes for the day. I've got three transcodes in the free trial. But yeah, the comments that show up in Turkey won't show up anywhere else in the world. It's a bit frustrating in that respect because all my apps target the US App Store, and when I tell my friends and family to check out my apps, they're always like a bit underwhelmed with its credibility. the app was called Read Up, Save Time, Read More. Uses rapid serial visual presentation technique, RSVP, for speed reading. Speed reading could be a valuable keyword to target. Consider emphasizing benefits like improved comprehension and efficiency. App design might benefit from a cozier book-like aesthetic. Potential to highlight the paste and read feature more prominently. Also, ability to like share. I don't know if your app does this. It could already do this, but the ability to share. I load up an article, a website, a PDF, and I can share it to the app and then just speed read it. Speed reading app and rapid reading could be useful search terms. Consider A/B testing different keywords and presentations. There we are. I didn't put the screenshot. Let's have a look. Any good app success stories? How does the market compare to traditional web and SaaS projects? It's much more competitive than traditional web and SaaS. The benefit of making an app is that Google handle all of the, or Apple in this case, handles all of the distribution. And can, if you leverage it, they can find your users. So if you've got an app that doesn't have a complicated backend or even a backend at all, it's its own container that goes onto the App Store. The App Store distributes that app to users. They find if you target the right keywords, you get an endless supply of users coming to your app. And that's a little bit different than promoting or marketing a traditional SaaS or a traditional website where people won't just incidentally find your app unless you do some search engine optimization and those sorts of things. In terms of success stories, my portfolio, I've only felt like I've reached some sort of level of success this year. My App Store portfolio in the last 30 days generated 47,000. And this is all with no marketing. Well, let's preface that by saying no traditional marketing in terms of spending on search engine, on search ads or anything like that. This is primarily App Store optimization, but I can't help but think also sort of just being out there and the YouTube and the Twitter and everything like that has an impact on growing the apps. But all the channels that I use to promote my apps, all, I was going to say organic in a way, but I don't pay for any marketing. Half-life divided. App Store hasn't changed in a while. I remember back when there were huge changes to the algorithm overnight. This is true. There was a bit of a shake-up a while ago with App Store, the way that they were customizing. There was a change that happened a couple of months ago, and I had an app that was an App Store optimization app that was dependent on getting the proper search results and keyword positions to present in the app, and that broke pretty much overnight when Apple updated their algorithm. iPhone versus Google Play. That's a good question, JJ. I was making apps with a hybrid apps. So the apps would be developed in JavaScript and would be released on Android and on iPhone. I found building for Android meant that I had to test across hundreds of devices, different operating systems, different Samsung, Pixel, all of the different phones, and all of them have their own little intricate sort of ways of doing things. Making hybrid apps that transferred into that ecosystem was a challenge, and I ended up spending a lot more development time just trying to get it work on devices that I didn't even have, that people would report and say, it doesn't work on my Samsung flip phone. And for the iPhone, I build in SwiftUI, I build in Xcode, release it to the App Store. And one of the benefits of Apple not being very innovative over the last few years is that pretty much every iPhone has the exact same capabilities and exact same functionalities, although there are some features and functionalities not available on all models. And that's going to be a lot more present when Apple Intelligence comes out, and that's only an iPhone 15 Plus thing. So to answer your question, I found Google Android users, good volume from downloads, less likely to convert to a customer, less likely to subscribe to the app unless the price was lower, so price motivated, and then more Google Android users would churn. So it'd have like a huge drop off, less people subscribing for weeks or months or years. Whereas iPhone, my apps were getting less volume, but compared to the amount that people were downloading and how much they were paying, I could see that there was a growth path in building. I could see there's a growth path in the apps generating more revenue from less number of downloads. So people are paying more per the lifetime value. That's the word I was looking for. The lifetime value for iPhone users is much higher in terms of their expendable cash to purchase something, and then their ability to keep renewing their subscription over time. So I found myself in a position where my Google apps were getting downloaded a lot of momentum there, but my Apple apps were generating more revenue from less downloads. And I thought to myself, well, it's simple. We just have to increase the number of downloads, and the cash will flow. But you can see so I've had 51,000 app downloads and 47,000 of sales. So my ratio is like that 50 cent to $1 per user lifetime. What do you think for asking a review during onboarding? I tried it on one of my apps and noticed that the amount of ratings removed by Apple went up. I think they might detect based on time. I put the review on the onboarding, and it's whenever I've posted my apps onto Twitter, I always get feedback that it's too aggressive, increases the number of reviews. It's a personal choice. I think it does get more people reviewing it, especially if you have an onboarding process. So if someone's downloaded your app and there's a specific use case that they want to achieve, if you do the onboarding process and educate them during that time that this is the app that will have that has the solution that you're looking for, then when you show the prompt to review, they're more likely to review. If you just show it straight away, I mean, you're not going to get very many reviews, and it's quite aggressive. I'm all for showing the review on the onboarding screen. What should we do if my application is not downloaded in other countries? Apps do well in the US market, and I mean, the US makes up 95% of all my revenue. I haven't delved too much. You can localize the metadata for different languages if you want to target a specific country, but it's not a path that I've been down. I just target the US market, target what works, and just lean into it. JJ's from Melbourne. It's a nice day. The sun's out. What am I doing cooped up inside? But I think that's a good segue. How long is that stream? That's been about, for someone that said they was going to do it for an hour, I think I did it for 2 hours. But I hope that some of the insights here help build more revenue. I hope you guys learn something. Ideally, I would love to have some success stories, and you show me your apps being successful from these insights. I don't want to find out that my insights have caused irreparable damage to your app. So take it with a pinch of salt, grain of salt. I'm not quite sure, but just make sure that you take an even approach to it. Don't take all of my recommendations on board and run in at it if you're already doing 8 million downloads or 8 million impressions per month. Just ease into it, and there's some tips and hopefully some insights in there, I hope. But I'm going to have a toilet break, and next up, I'm going to be building my best auto captions app. So I'm going to get stuck into building that. I haven't been building that for... had the kids last week. I did some midnight coding last week on it, but I haven't had much time to build that. So I'm really excited to jump into that. So I'm going to jump into coding session afterwards. In the meantime, I'm going to set this to be back soon. Catch you later. Catch you soon. I am back. So I want to jump into some coding. Context switching is hard, man. Update title. I hope I wasn't too hard on some of those apps. I try to sugarcoat it. I'm very aware that it takes a lot to build something and create something. And the worst thing someone can do is offer criticism for the sake of criticism or just bring a product down. And firstly, it's amazing to create something, release it, get it out there. That puts you ahead of 99% of people out there that have ever had a dream. And then stepping through someone's work and their passion while they're asking for help. It's a tricky balance of trying to offer the help that's needed without being critical and handling it with as much respect as possible. And then also looking for where the benefits are. So I don't mean to. I hope I wasn't too critical. That's what I'm saying. I'm updating the stream details to a Pomodoro timed session. So Pomodoro time session is Balu. I've finished up doing the App Store optimization. I'll be back again hopefully later in the week doing that. In the meantime, I'm about to jump in to do some coding. Hello, Elisa. Elisa. I have to update it manually in Twitter. Now I set up my stream for coding. We do Xcode. There we go. Simulator should be showing, but it's not showing. is. This is my app that I'm building. Best auto captions. Automatically adds captions to any video. Can manage the. You can edit the text. There's the basics of being able to edit color and font. We can change the animation. And last session I was working on this horrible looking interface, but it's functional at the moment. I've added a repeat button in there. So I've got to get the repeat button working. At the moment it's just on there. And I'm going to do it. I've been using the Pomodoro timed technique. How that works, I go into like a coding session. I put 25 minutes on the clock. And I just do a deep coding session for 25 minutes. JJ, I've gotten into. Have I tried the blue sugar-free mothers? Says JJ. Is the context. I've gotten into. I was having a bit of a habit with what's it called? G Fuel. G Fuel. So the monster flavors have become a bit boring, a bit plain. And I got into G Fuel, and that stuff is expensive. I don't know, they're importing it from America or something. And I was really craving those really artificial flavors. I don't know why. I like them. And I was spending too much money on energy drinks when I was using that G Fuel stuff. So I'm trying out Mother. I don't know if it's just an Australian energy drink, because it's got the Australian logo on there. But this has got that artificial, really sweet, fake taste that those G Fuels have. Not as great, but instead of spending like $6 a can, this is like $2 or $3 a can. So I've reduced my costs by 50%. I'm weird. I like the artificial flavor. There was a delicious one, a sherbet flavor one, and I bought it because I love sherbet and I love energy drinks, and it was a meld of two of my favorite things in the world. I took a sip and I lit up, and I realized it had like 70 or 80 grams of sugar in it, and I couldn't have any more of it. If I have too much sugar, like the amount that I consume, the amount that I drink, if I have sugar in my drinks, it's not good. So I'm going to get stuck into a coding session. What do I want to achieve today? So I want to achieve customizing. So the ability to repeat the animation or not. I'll show you an example of what that looks like. So for example, I'll bring up one with a bit more talking in it. And I'll show you an animation. So at the moment, this animation loops by default. And you can see in that frame, in that first frame, it repeated. So I want to be able to set it so it's not going to repeat, so it will pop out and stay there. Because some animations you want to repeat, some animations you don't want to repeat. Like for example, an explosion. I might not want an explosion to repeat, that might look silly. But other animations I do want to repeat, like a duck walking. See, I want him to repeat. And this app feeds into a bigger range of tools that I'm building for video editing. This is just a small, it was supposed to be a small app, but it's turned into a big app. A smaller version of my bigger vision. So you can code along with me, do whatever you want, it's your life. But I'm going to get stuck into 25-minute deep coding session. I'll see you on the other end. So what I'm trying to achieve I've made it so the backgrounds don't repeat. You can toggle that on and off here. Now what I want to do is, my vision is when like an explosion happens on the subtitle, that I can alter the video frame in the background to shake. So all of the effects at the moment are based on transitions of the subtitles themselves. And I want to be able to manage the frame behind it. I think it's possible. Well, I know it's possible, but I'll work towards it. At the moment, I'm pulling, I can't hear. At the moment, I'm pulling all of the preset camera angles that I can do. I'm going to customize these when I get it working. But like an ease in, like an effect that you can ease into the frame, ease out of the frame, shake it around, those types of things. This version won't have transitions between scenes because it's just for one video. But I might be able to add in future, being able to stitch multiple videos together. And that's going to be part of the bigger app as well. Ended up repositioning the key light and just looking at my little face in the box. It works a bit better. The camera's up high and it points down, so I'm quite conscious that people don't want to be looking at a big, bright, bald head. So I've been wearing a beanie in the cooler days. Today was a nice day, so I thought I'd put a hat on. But looking at the camera, like, it's got some Keemstar vibes. I'm not quite sure about that one. A bit grayer though. JJ, are you working on anything today, or enjoying the sunshine? It's kind of, I mean, the sun's out, but what temperature is it actually? In typical Melbourne, it's 13 degrees out, so it's not really. Second that the cloud covers the sun or you go in the shade, it's a bit cold. But in the direct sunlight, it's nice. I feel like the Pomodoro time sessions give me a break between hunched over the keyboard and deep in code. Get to do some stretches and then reassess where I'm at. And I'm yet to work out whether these are like two different streams or whether it's just fine to context switch. Working on some web apps at the moment. We'll mow the lawn soon. What web apps are you building? It's a good day to mow the lawn. I wish our neighbours would mow their front yard. They're letting it grow quite long, to the point where the prickles are coming into our yard, and you go to the bins to put stuff in the bin, and we're getting prickled a bit. So I keep getting the, as we call it, a whippersnipper. Keep getting the whippersnipper out and cutting it back to keep it to their side, but these weeds keep growing. I'll show you. I don't want to publicly shame them. How do I? But you tell me what you think of this. Look, they're the weeds. That's our bins. They're the weeds on their side. And they're starting to flower. And like, I keep cutting it back. I'm trying to point at the screen, but you can't see me pointing. I keep cutting it back as much as I can. But if they're not doing anything about it, it just keeps growing. Yeah. The AI voice note apps do well. It's a good area to go into. And I know, even just you saw me on stream earlier, I was recording what I wanted to say, and then I transcoded it, and I put it into Claude. And even just having some easy way of being able to have that happen. There's plenty of apps on the App Store, but they're very expensive. I guess that's the point, isn't it? That's an idea. Putting some weed killer on it. I didn't think of that, actually. I've just been cutting it back. Because it's quite apparent that they have no plan on mowing it. It's been getting quite yeah, quite overgrown for a while now. But the weed killer's a good idea. I shouldn't say that on stream. I won't be weed killing someone else's property. No, definitely won't be. I'm just going to quickly have a quick break and then I'll be back in momentarily for another time session. I know what it's like with young kids. Priorities go out the window. And I mean, they've got young kids too, so it shouldn't be too judgmental. And also, like, let's be honest, the weather hasn't been that great to do much lawn. Speaking of that, the clouds have just gone over and I feel a chill, actually. So it's starting to cool down a little bit here. I'm going to get stuck into another coding session. How do I do this? I went down a bit of a wrong path with that one. Salvaged it in the end. Hello, Raishili. Hello. Hi, Obeepo. I know that name. Are you... What time is it there at the moment? What are you guys building today? I'm doing another Pomodoro timed session. So that is just deep work for 25 minutes, come out of it, do a bit of a chat, bit of a stretch. I went down the wrong path with this. So I'm adding an animation, the ability to add an animation to the video in the background. And I went down the path of building it into allowing it to trigger on the animation, like the GIF animation that it pops up. And that's a bad thing to do because sometimes the GIF animation isn't present. I need it to be active on when the subtitle appears, the subtitle group appears. Might also make it so when the word itself pops up. First step, getting it to work on subtitles. Right, Chile from Brazil, 11 p.m. updating his portfolio. Wonder if I can see it. Right, Chile. On Twitter. Lover of design and technology, is that you? Yeah, I reckon I found you. TypeScript, JavaScript, HTML, CSS, and Swift developer. Heaps of repositories there. Ah, Twitter blocked in Brazil. I forgot about that. And there's big fines if you even VPN to Twitter. What? I mean, do people over there miss it? What's it like? Anwin, I hope you have done R&D for Discord. Research and development. I haven't done... I've looked into Discord and I'm still of the opinion that it's probably a bit too hard to moderate. I can't be there 24 hours. I'd like to be part of a community that's not, well, that likes to create and build. And there's sometimes people that don't want to create and build, and some people that just want to destroy. And moderating that process seems like a really tricky place to put yourself in. Elon fought with our justice system. Now he's admiring the results of his actions. Yeah. Are you allowed to give your real thoughts on it, or do you feel like you're not allowed to give your real thoughts on it? Do you feel like it's a touchy subject? VPN block 2, and there is a fine. $10,000 US dollars if you use Twitter. To be honest, like Twitter's a double-edged sword. You get, in my little bubble, I'm surrounded by builders who are building stuff daily and creating things for the world. And then sometimes, well, 30% of the feed is like the most atrocious things that you can ever see online, usually reserved for 4chan, now just in my feed. So there's a post about someone building an app, there's a post about someone marketing an app, and then it's followed by someone being heinously unalived. And then a post about someone building, and a post about an app, and then some hateful rhetoric. People don't care. Everyone went to Threads. Threads positioned themselves quite nicely, didn't they? And I've seen some uptick in Threads. I checked it out when it first came out. Threads.net. I checked it out when it first came out. It's neat. It's clean. I guess it's finding an audience. The discovery, have they fixed the discovery side of it? Just searching by people. Yeah, fake news is a problem happening everywhere. Everywhere. We're seeing in Australia. And, I mean, what's the answer to that? Is the answer for governments to block these platforms? I don't know. I'll try to stay out of it, but it seems pretty heavy-handed. Things were really bad. Brainwashing going on. Twitter, now Threads seem much friendly. Yeah. And it's hard not to let that content, especially during the US election cycle. Like, I know everything that's going on in the US politics. I don't know much that's going on in Australian politics because that's the way that these social medias are skewed. Yeah, I should check into Threads again. Yeah, it looks neat. Still looks the same as before. They were going to integrate with Mastodon and everything like that. And if you change your mind, start Discord server for community people, let me know in streams so that I can help you out for it. Thank you for the kind offer, Anwin. My issue with setting up a Discord server, I've played it out in my head. Okay, so I've got a Discord server, and it builds a community, and people post things on there that's just outside of building, outside of development, and start to sort of become aggressive or whatever happens. You know what happens on these Discord servers. And then I want to remove that person from the Discord server. And then you get a nice viral moment where someone that's blocked goes around and says, I was blocked from such and such. So it just seems like I don't know the win there. And all of the YouTubers that seem to get in trouble seem to be because they've had Discord servers where people acted up and they were associated with it and they're guilty by association. And that just feels like to set something up like that, you'd have to set it up and remove yourself from the moderation. Someone's at the door. Remove yourself from the moderation. I Beppo, the broadcast time, I'm trying to be as fixed as I can. My motivation, my intention is Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday. I want to stream building. Wednesday and Friday are usually reserved to doing a vlog entry, recording what's happening and post that onto YouTube. I don't think that there's much content that's worth tuning in if I'm just recording. If I'm recording a video, like I don't think a live stream of me recording a video works. I don't know. Right, Chile. Yes, I'm in Australia. I'm in Victoria, Melbourne. It's the middle of the day. Literally, it's 1 p.m. here. The sun is back out. Other networks have no problem. For example, the last time we had something similar was with WhatsApp. It went down for a day and the country literally stopped. We're the same in Australia. Like, people don't use the messaging or SMS apps as much. We generally moved towards WhatsApp. Everyone's on WhatsApp. There's good bots to manage Discord. I guess with AI, you can manage that now. Something to investigate a bit more. Yes, I'm in the future. But I can't tell you the lottery numbers because actually I'm in the present, you're in the past. No, that means I can tell you the lottery numbers. Nah. I'm going to get back into doing another time session. And for a MacBook, I got a lot of use out of my MacBook Pro M1. In fact, I would still have the MacBook Pro M1 if I got enough RAM in it. So I think you can get some pretty good second-hand MacBook Pros. I haven't gone down the path of the MacBook Air, but the Pro M1, if I had enough RAM, enough disk space, I'd still have it now. I only upgraded because it was... You try streaming, you try Xcode, you try a simulator, do all the things, and it was struggling a bit. And then the video editing side of things was just the last bit. Brazil is the second country that uses WhatsApp the most after India. Wow. What country uses WhatsApp the most? India, 353 million. Brazil, 139 million. I mean, let's be honest, that's Australia population. I mean, Australia's only got 26 million. So, more people are using WhatsApp. Where are we? Yeah, more people are using WhatsApp in Nigeria than we have people in Australia. Crazy. M4 is coming. It is indeed. And so our tax time is July. Anything you buy before July gets deducted for this year's tax. So I bought the M1 in June, knowing that in a few months the M4 is going to come out, but the timing wasn't right for me. Well, there you go. You taught me how many people use WhatsApp in Brazil, and I taught you how little people there are in Australia. And in actual fact, population of Australia. So 26 million people in Australia. 6 million of them are in Victoria, Melbourne, where I'm from. And then New South Wales has 8 million. So 14 million just in those two states alone. To give you an idea. No, we don't open up maps on a stream because that's going to show all sorts of things. My location and image. That does what I want it to do. You got me sidetracked now. So this gives you an idea of the population of Australia. I'm down here in the densely populated area. I used to live in Victoria, in South Australia, just here. South Australia isn't as populated, but still quite populated. So most of our population is like on the eastern side, and then we just got a big area of pretty much nothing. You can drive for hours and not see anyone. In fact, there's a road that goes right through the middle here somewhere where you don't see a town and you don't see anyone for days. And if you do see someone broken down, I'm not sure if this is fact, but this is what I've heard. If you see someone broken down and you don't stop to help them, you get a fine or it's criminal or something like that, because that's how bad this area is. There's no cell phone reception, and if someone's in trouble, you have to stop to help them or give them a lift because they will perish. Looking forward to the Mac event. Love to see the Magic Keyboard and new Magic Trackpad. I haven't seen much of the Magic Trackpad. They'd have to do a lot to compete with. I'm really happy with. I got the Logitech MX keys because I'm not a fan of the clicky mechanical keys. So they'd have to do quite a bit to compete with that, and I like the numpad as well. I can't find the most suitable posture to use the Magic Keyboard and Magic Trackpad. Oh, you mean the trackpad on the MacBook? The MacBook keypad, okay. I rarely use the MacBook in my lap, or I like to have a screen, and it's usually docked. Unless I'm in bed doing some coding or in front of the telly. Do we fight a lot with kangaroos? Define a lot. We went on a train ride the other day and we saw some kangaroos, but generally... trying to see if I can find a picture. Kangaroo. Kangaroo. You see them occasionally, especially when you're on holiday. They're in the hills quite a bit. I don't have any pictures of them that I can find quickly, or the Google image and the Apple image search doesn't look for kangaroos. Had many mechanical keyboards Logitech too, but what I like about the Magic Keyboard is the Touch ID, and the trackpad is amazing. I love it. I have to agree, the Touch ID is great when you're on the computer, when I'm docked on the big screen and something pops up that I have to use Touch ID for. I have to go all the way over to the MacBook to press it. I'm going to get stuck into another timed coding session, so be back in 25 minutes. AE. I'm using a MacBook Pro. MacBook Pro M3, 36 gigabyte of RAM and a terabyte of hard drive space. Mohammed, Flutter is the best. I've never used Flutter, so I don't know if that's a true statement or not. But I like Swift UI. I find it easy. Everything's vanilla. Everything's just ready to go. You build, you deploy, no extra plugins. My days as a JavaScript developer looking for code, everything was like a package, like a distribution, whatever they call it. And it was quite frustrating to find just basic functionality that did what I wanted to do without installing all these other dependencies. So in that coding session I've refactored some of the code and I've got a bit of extra space to play with in this little slide area. So it's a bit more user intuitive. Subtitle transitions, highlighted words, subtitle motion, and then the video camera. I'm not quite sure I'm going to keep calling it video camera, but the camera is going to be what happens on screen, like the video itself. So you got the ability to manage the captions and what happens with them, and the ability to manage the video, and that'll create impact, hopefully. So you can have an explosion in the foreground and the camera will shake in the background. So if we select shaky camera, ideally that will shake. And then I've just had a bit of fun, not refactoring, getting all of the code, just getting my head around what the names of these things are. And I went from calling it, like this motion was called camera, like the camera of the subtitles. But now if we're playing around with the video movement, technically the video movement is the camera. That makes a lot more sense. So I've named it subtitle motion, and that's the motion of the subtitle. So you can have like a shaky effect. So you have an effect where it zooms in, like the transition where it zooms in. You have the effect when the word is highlighted, and you have the effect, overall effect that changes, that modifies how the subtitle is displayed on screen, and then the ability to change the camera in the background. So in the next session, I'm going to be working on rendering that image in the background so that I can override the video in the background. So if we decide to have like an explosion, for example, I want to be able to have it impactful. And the other thing, there's this like the anime effect. Do I have any saved? Anime. What would that effect be called? That effect in anime where all lines come in from the screen and it gives the impact of like something like, I'll replicate it here, ready? That hand and that hand. There, like the lines come in, and I want to have that effect with the ability to shake it, and that'll be like default. Lines Don't think that would be... Maybe. I'm not sure what that effect is called. Animation lines. Kind of like that, but it's going to be full screen. So at the moment it'll be... That's just fixed position. Anime lines. There's probably a name for it. Anime impact. Camera. And then in the future I can add more filters, like just different things that'll happen on the video. Like for example, I'm seeing this frame where there's sparkles around it and the whole frame itself could change color. This will be interesting to see. If I make this full screen, this is a cumbersome way of doing it at the moment. It's just to access the raw data so I can test it. Is that even resizing? I don't think it is. Anyway. Yeah, that didn't even resize it when it's full screen. Okay. So when I get to that stage where I really play around with some preset animations, I think it's gonna look really, gonna have quite an impact, I think. And my whole idea is just to make sure that this isn't static. There's a lot of subtitle animation apps out there that have, it looks very static. And I want to make sure there's a lot of dynamic movement happening on the screen. For shorts and reels and TikTok. I think I'm going to get stuck into the next session. So in the next session, I'm going to be working on that shaking of the camera. And this might be a bit tricky. Before I do that, I might just have a quick break and be back. I'm going to get stuck straight into another time session. They've got a couple of crying kids we're trying to soothe at the moment. So I'll be in and out of coding. And I'm going to mute the mic, get stuck into it. You can't see, but I've got a baby next to me. I'm back. Had impromptu visit from the kids. Had to drop what I was doing. Back into coding. Will I do a timer? So the code I'm working on, haven't made too much progress in that session, and the session just disappeared midway through. But we'll kick it off again. Let's go. "25 minutes. Deep coding. Hello, Ed. I'm making a auto captions app. You import your video and it automatically adds captions to the video. At the moment I'm working on the video camera and hopefully it works. So this should shake. Not working. So you import a video, I'll show you, and automatically adds captions, and you can customize all of the settings. YouTube recommended it to you. Are you into coding? Are you building anything? I'm using the built-in Siri intentions to detect the audio, and then I'm going to hook in LLM like ChatGPT for some advanced, better categorization of words and better translations and things. At the moment, it's just using the phone's functionality. That's why it's so quick. So it generates the captions pretty much straight away. And what I'm building at the moment, I should just try this scale. No. I want the ability to specify the camera behind. So at the moment we got all these effects where I can make the transition of the subtitle show the way it fades in. I can change the way the word is highlighted. And I can also change the motion of it. So like a shaky cam. And so now I'm working on the video camera element. So the actual camera behind it, the subject, the video that's imported. So ideally, let's say you have an explosion. Like if an explosion goes off, I want to be able to make the camera impact. And the whole idea of this app is there's lots of caption apps out there and they're quite static. They put static words on the page. I want this to be a bit more dynamic. So a bit more engaging when you create a YouTube short or a TikTok. A bit more things happening. Web dev, React, Node, Angular, Spring Boot. Looks dope. Yes, I'm self-employed. I just build apps. Release them onto the App Store and optimize them. Some fail, some work out well. Just keep building. What are you working on at the moment, Ed? No, I don't publish backend on AWS. I'm a PHP developer and I've just got a shared server that does the PHP stuff in the backend. Hi, Burke. Thanks for dropping in. Thanks for the kind words. I get my ideas just through what I'm doing in life. Like, my portfolio actually tells the story of my journey through life. Anytime I see something that we do with the kids, or I've got a passion at the time, I'll dive into it, see if there's a need for an app, do some keyword research, and then start building it. Some of the apps that I've built are based purely on keyword research. So doing some analysis of keywords and what works, what's getting traffic and what's low in competition. And that can guide some of the direction. And then when I'm building an app, I'll come up with other app ideas. This app is a spin-off of a larger project I'm working on, like a video editing app that I'm building. And this is just the automatic captioning part of the app. And that's going to make it into the larger app, but it's also a product in its own right to create short form content. So hopefully the bigger app is for long form content video editing. This is for short form content video editing. Or a bit of mix, a bit of both. We'll see how we go. To scale the back end, I've got an app that I scale with Cloudflare. That's about it. Because with apps you can do a lot of the heavy lifting on the device, so it doesn't, when you are calling to a server, you can be quite light with what you need from the server. So for example, this app, all of the automatic audio detection is done on the device and the video rendering is done on the device. So the only call to the server that will happen will be cleaning up the audio transcript. So it's quite light in terms of that. I haven't really had a need to scale the servers up all that much. And with the host provider that I have, you can increase the RAM and increase the CPU and everything. Kind of similar to AWS, but not as advanced. But web development's a bit different because you have to host the front end and the back end, and you got constant calls going left, right, and center, especially when you have a lot of those frameworks. A lot of those frameworks start to add quite a bit of overhead, I found. How do you find it? At the moment, what I'm trying to do, what I want to achieve, there's a video that's playing in the background, and there's a transparent layer with the captions, and the reason why I can't get the video to shake and do the camera motions that I want is that it's actually just a video box, an iOS video box behind there, so it's full frame and we can see it without rendering and taking up too much of the processor. But when we export, I'll show you. So on the export, I've got the scale set to 10, so it'll zoom up on the export. So you can see it zoomed up there. And for ease of use, I'm trying to make the rendered version visible in this moment so that I can test the functionality. And then what I'm going to have to do is build like a translator that translates the keyframes onto the frame, the video frame itself. So like a bit of doubling up on code. All the keyframes are set for when you render the video, so I have to translate those keyframes to the video, embedded video on the preview, if that makes sense. If you make a lot, would you grow your business and creating an app studio in the future, even if the expenses are a lot more? Or would you prefer solo development? I'm happy on the solo path. I'm really happy on the solo path at the moment. The only thing that I've considered that I would do differently with extra cash in the business would be to, instead of building apps from scratch, would be to acquire apps that have been built that have the potential to have a good residual income through an upgrade, or already have a good residual income and just buy it out for market value, and then have a build portfolio that way. It's not only building my own apps, but also acquiring apps into my portfolio. And that's the path that I think I'll be taking in the future. But when it comes down to it, I love coding, I love creating, I love coming up with ideas and releasing products. So I've been down the path before, I've run businesses and I've hired people, and I don't like that. I end up managing people, and my job then becomes full-time, all the issues of managing people and managing the direction, and that's not my expertise, it's not what I want to do, so I build. My monthly income at the moment is before I show you, have a guess. Try to guess. $15,000. No. I'll switch over to App Store Connect. So in the last 30 days, made 47,000 from App Store Connect from the apps. 10,000, no. Apple takes 15%. So and that's in US dollars. So take home is about 40,000. And that's been the last few months where things have really kicked off. Last month it's 47, month before 40. Oh no, this is doing day by day. Hang on. So September was 46. August was 40. July was 31. June 14. May 11. So you're kind of right, a few months ago. I'm not selling SaaS, I'm selling apps. So make apps on the App Store. And I've documented my journey on Twitter. On Twitter I document it. And also on my channel here. Things have taken off in the last few months. And I was in considerable debt. And I paid off, the last couple of months I paid off all my debt. And this is the first month in like 4 or 5 years that I've actually been in the green from paying off all the debt. I was in the red. So it's good. What am I doing with all the cash? I just paid off debts. I had over $200,000 in debt. I ended up getting myself into a situation where my last company collapsed. I was making bespoke websites and servers for businesses. I took on a lot of debt. I bought cars, bought house, bought all the things. And then the competition like Squarespace and Wix came out, and no longer could I justify charging $5,000 to $10,000 for a website when clients could get it done for pretty much $30 a month. My business collapsed. I had a snowballing effect where all of my debt, I defaulted on some of my debt. That meant that I could no longer borrow to get myself or reconsolidate debt. So everything just collapsed. Ended up going through divorce and all of the fun stuff that happens in life. Got myself into a lot of debt. And that was in just before 2020, just before the pandemic. And the last 5 years, I've just been working, balancing freelance, balancing ethical hacking through services like HackerOne, and building an app that generate enough revenue to sell, and then extending my runway, and then building more apps, extending my runway. And then as I was paying down debts, I was able to not sell off my apps and then keep my apps and then see them grow in residual. What marketing strategies am I following? My main marketing strategy is just App Store optimization, just getting ranked as high as I can in the App Store, trying to get as many, targeting keywords that people will be looking for with not too much competition, and then building apps to find a good spot. In the last few months, I've been trying out this YouTube thing. I think some of the success of building the apps has come from the growth of the YouTube channel. And I mean, the YouTube channel is just in its infancy at the moment. It seems like it can go even further, but the results seem to be pretty good. Gets the word out there. It doesn't cost anything. App Store optimization doesn't cost anything. As an indie, what do you think works? Spreading bets by pushing more apps, or focusing on one app and working hard to make it a success? You have to really look at your objectives and look at what works for you. For me, I call it like a machine gun approach. You're just trying to shoot as many bullets to hit a target as you possibly can. You're going to get some of them hitting. From my experience, I've built over last year, I calculated it's over 50 apps that I've built. Most of them have failed. The ones that become successful do well. And it's passive income. So once you've built it, it's released. If it starts to do well, you can focus on the next one. You can double down on it. But ultimately, if you're just building small niche apps for like one of the apps I built is just a currency converter. There's not a lot that you can do with the currency converter. There's not a lot of new value you can add to build it or grow it. So if you want to focus on one specific app, a very small scale, small scoped app isn't going to be it. But if you diversify yourself, make lots of little apps, and especially if you're in that learning phase. I started learning Swift UI last year, and all the apps that I built while learning, I built with the purpose of releasing them onto the App Store, and one of them's paying my rent. Ed, yes, I'm Australian. Thanks for the kind words, Aman. But I really didn't feel like I didn't feel like I had a level of success with it until recently. And it wasn't until then that I felt like I could share my story in more depth. And now I realize I would have liked to have shared the story much earlier on. So there's this weird thing that happens where you feel like you don't know what you're doing, so you don't know what value you're adding. But documenting that process earlier and then looking back, like that would have been I would have really liked to have seen that journey. How are you doing, mate? Doing well, mate. Are web apps too crowded to make money? Should I switch to mobile apps too? I like mobile apps. So some other background is I've been banned from MasterCard, and by default that means I'm banned from Stripe and Lemon Squeezy and all of those services. So I can't make any web apps at the moment. I think my ban gets lifted in next year. I had a chat with the guys at Stripe, and they said generally when you're added to that ban list by MasterCard, it's a 5-year ban. And that all happened because I ran a service business that collapsed. I had clients trying to claw back their money, and I ended up getting, like, in one day, I think I had $25,000 of chargebacks, and just a whole bunch of chargebacks happened on my merchant facility. MasterCard flagged me and banned me from trading on having any merchant facility in my personal name, even though this is a new company, because I'm listed as a director of the company. MasterCard won't touch me, but I think that ban lifts next year. So when it comes to web apps, that was my bread and butter. That's what I knew. So I would have been building web apps. So I transitioned into the App Store, and they handle all of the transactions, all the distribution. Essentially, they're handling the marketing because I'm doing the App Store optimization side of things. So what I found is leveraging a marketplace where there's people looking for something in one place, like the Chrome App Store, the Chrome Store, the App Store, any of these places. If you can get listed on these platforms for search terms, it's just an evergreen amount of traffic and user acquisition that comes through. I'm very interested to know your questions, Callum. No one is sharing app story on YouTube like you, documenting your freelance personal apps. This channel has real potential. Thank you, Ed. I appreciate that. I've been finding my voice and finding my groove, and what I really like is I've tried some of those bigger videos that tackle big topics in the app development or building apps, and they don't land as well as, and they take a long time to make and research. But the ones that land the best and the easiest to build are just focusing on what the issues that I've had or what I've done this past week. And then that, like, somehow I can hone in on some of those intricate little details, and somehow those are more relevant to, I didn't realize it, but some of the things I'm going through at the moment are relevant to other people watching more than like the big topics of how to rank well, how to do this, how to do that. But talking about like the struggle with work life, with the kids, with this coding issue or this marketing issue, just these little tiny videos they're easier to make, they're more authentic, and they're a bit easier resonate, they land a bit better. But it's still growing, still going. I'm happy with the direction it's going, and I enjoy doing it, so that keeps me motivated even if it's still in the early stages. You finalize the app name. The app name is Best Auto Captions. How am I charging for mobile apps? Apple handle all of the transactions, so they handle all of the. No money is actually going from a user to me. All money goes from user to Apple, and then at the end of the month, Apple take their cut and distribute the funds. Is that tab bar a SwiftUI tab view or something else? I know it's hard to put a tab button on a tab view. Is very hard. A button like that play button on the tab bar. You know, that's not a tab bar. Exactly right. I've had to code that entire bar to have the play button like that. So that's a custom view that I've built. Callum, it is quite personal, and I actually, I don't go too much into personal details when there's another party involved, because I have to be respectful of that. But I can go into sort of my personal experience. But it all happened at the same time. And it's confusing. It's very confusing. I understand where you're coming from. And what I can sort of speak to is that feeling of like you lose your business, you lose your livelihood, and then losing so much more as well. Like no one prepares you for that. No one prepares you for what happens if you're the provider and no longer can provide. Pomodoro is kind of helping me to stay consistent and productive. I was trying to find a groove that worked well coding on stream, and I have a hard time context switching. So when I was coding, chatting, I was struggling to stay focused. So a timer works really well to just block out time, still do this. But this is my video captions app, and at the moment I'm working on camera. I want to be able to modify how the actual frame of the video moves. You're welcome, Callum. One thing I'll mention is it does feel like you're going through it alone. The more you reach out and the more you talk to people, you realize that you're not going through this process alone. There seems like it's part of human nature, and it does happen. And at the time, it's hard to see the forest from the trees, or whatever the saying is. But just stick at it, work out what's important. For me, what's important is being there for the kids and expressing myself creatively. and just keep pushing through it. And I think that's why, like, I've shared parts of my journey on Twitter and YouTube. It's when I, at the thick of it, when I was going through a hard time, feeling isolated and alone was the hardest part. Feeling like you're ostracized from society almost. Thanks for all the valuable content. I'm about to finish my first indie app. Should I create a company to sell it? If so, what kind of company? I'm in Australia, so I set it up as a proprietary limited, which I think is the equivalent of in America being an LLC. I'm not able to give any financial advice or know any of the ins and outs of what's the best option for you. For me, setting up, I set up for myself as a personal account. Apple wouldn't let me trade and accept payments through the app unless I was a registered company. So I registered the company and then I was able to sell through the app. Google Play, on the other hand, allowed me to sell my apps just through my personal name and not through a company name. So I did have to set up a company to trade on the App Store. I've seen people that have their own name and are trading. I'm not quite sure if that's just an Australian thing or just because of me. I don't know. But I couldn't actually trade, offer subscriptions and in-app purchases until I upgraded my company. On average, how long does it take ASO related results? I launched my app 4 weeks ago and it's ranking low, 8 keywords around 100. It's bringing 10 to 20 downloads a day. What's the app? Aman, I have 5 kids. I've got 3 kids from a previous relationship who spend every second weekend with us. And over the school holidays, we have them week on, week off. And I've got 2 children that live with me full time. A 2-year-old and a 6-month-old. So I'm part-time, busy. And the other time, just busy. The app is about AI video making. What's your opinion on mobile apps with Tori? I don't know what Tori is. Tori 2.0 software framework. Create small, fast, secure cross-platform applications. So this is similar to what I originally started building on. I was building on Cordova. And there's also Ionic. Oh, I'll go back to there. So I was originally building on Cordova, which is similar in terms of a cross-platform framework. You don't get a lot of the core, like the API, a lot of the API stuff that the platforms offer. When you go to like Swift UI, it opened up a whole new world of what I could build. So these platforms are sort of like a web container inside the app. So there's Cordova. That's what I used. I wouldn't recommend going down that path anymore. I don't think they're supporting it all that well at the moment. But Ionic capacitor? Catalyst? Capacitor? So capacitor is another one. I think capacitor has shared code or shared functionality with Cordova. I think it's sort of like the next progression of it. I could be wrong about that. migrate from. So yeah, you can actually migrate from Cordova over to capacitor, and it's similar. I haven't heard of Tori before, but it seems similar to that. Burke, feel free to send me a link and I can check it out for you. On average, how long does it take to do SEO? Who was asking about the app? Divyanshu, don't know how to pronounce your name. The app is about AI video making. I mean, similar niche. If you want me to have a look at it and do some, see if we can see if there's a opportunity there, I'm happy to do so if you send me through the name of the app. On average, how long is SEO related results? I launched the app 4 weeks ago. So when you first release the app on the App Store, it will artificially boost your rankings for like up to a week. So you get this huge increase in, well, not an increase because there's no increase, but you get an artificially inflated number of downloads, and then it dips off and you're not getting many downloads after that. So if you're 4 weeks into the process, you've seen that big increase, and now you're in that lull. That lull, from my experience, you're in that lull for up to 6 months. And 6 months from now, you'll see it start to come up. Let me see if I can see an example. Is React Native good for iOS apps? I tried a bit of React Native, and I find Swift UI to be similar in a way to React Native in terms of the way things are rendered. In terms of like the it's not like a linear process. It's like, yeah, I don't know how to explain it, but React Native and Swift UI I found to be, when I was first starting out to learn which direction I was going, I ended up going with Swift UI. I'm not a big fan of all these JavaScript frameworks. There's a lot of them. Just looking for an example of an app to show you the trend of them. So this is like a pretty consistent trend of what happens when I launch an app. I get initial boost, I go through a lull, so January, and then in June it starts to pick up. And it's pretty consistent across like pretty much all the apps. You get boost, a lull, and then you're in that lull 6 months, it picks up. I can see it's tapering off a bit, and that could be because these are AI. These are targeting AI. Maybe there's more competition. I don't know. But and maybe because I started optimizing it, I started to monetize it. About the same time I started to monetize it, my growth dropped off. And same story with that. So I released the app, and you can even see here the impressions. You get a boost, drops off, and then it builds. My strategy for validating ideas and choosing which ones to build, mostly on keyword research. So I'll do keyword research on an app like Astro, and I'll look for keywords that have a high popularity and like a relatively easy difficulty. I'll come up with the idea. So for example, the Pokemon app, my kids were watching YouTubers who were opening up packs of Pokemon cards and then finding they had $200 Pokemon cards. I said to my son, why don't you just download an app? You can scan the Pokemon card and get an instant price, like pulls from eBay. And he said, I don't know an app like that. So I built one and did some keyword research and then targeted the keywords. So ideation comes first, just from what happens in daily life. And then when it comes to actually building, instead of, I'd just go into it building it in the past and then try to find a keyword that would match. Now I refine it by do some keyword research first, see what people are looking for, and then make sure it's not too competitive. Adding a paywall to the app, generally what I've done that works well is holding off putting a paywall on there and monetizing it until it reaches like that growth. That's a strategy that's worked for me. But with these AI apps, if it's going to cost me money to keep the app on the App Store and people are using it for free and it's costing me money, then I'd reconsider and have a paywall up front, or at least a free plan that's not as intensive on tokens. Do we still need to keep the app updated? I noticed app which are updated regularly are pushed higher in rank. I've seen a trend where apps that are updated seem to get pushed up in the rank. I'm not quite sure how much of an impact that has. Definitely not like updating every week. That's probably not as needed in my opinion. But if I like every few months as new features are added or bugs are fixed. Burkay has sent me an Instagram message. That's for a test flight. Okay, so it's different enough from what I'm building that my only concern would be if I downloaded your app and we were competing, like it gets a bit messy there. But you're building this one. I did try short form content. So I was clipping up clips twice a day, putting them onto YouTube, and then I found on the TV everything all gets put into the same subscription feed, and that's frustrating for me as a viewer going onto YouTube, and I didn't want to spam people with me trying out what's working. So the short form content I've tried. I'll revisit it again in the future. I've even wondered whether I should get someone to help out with creating the short form content for me. So this app, Bouquet, this app, is this on the App Store at the moment? Let me see. No, it's not. Do you want me to go through it in private or? So you happy me to put it up on the screen and have a look at it? Just got to download test flight on the phone that's connected to the. It works. I'm trying to move it on the actual thing. Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, I like that you got the watermark there. Yeah, it works. Works well. $1.99 a week is a bargain. That's Australian dollars. $1.34. I'm gonna get stuck into another coding session. I might just quickly have a quick break for a minute. So I'll be back in just a minute to do some coding. Back. So I'm back to that one. That AI thing that you've built, Burke, that would rock in something like that. You already got my mind thinking. So I'm back to this problem, just trying to get the actual video itself animating independently. I don't think I'm applying it yet, so I haven't actually applied it to it. So I'm having an issue where I can't get the video preview layer showing. But it should render it. I hope it should render it. So when I export the video, it's rendering it. So the whole, what's happening there, I've added the wobble transition. And that's showing on the video. So I've wobbled it while that's displayed. So it is working when it's rendered. But I've got a little bit of a different code that happens when I'm previewing it. So that's a video behind it, and instead of rendering the whole video frame by frame when you're previewing it, that's just rendering. Oh, it is rendering the whole thing. So why is it not shaking? So I was going to show you that the subtitle was independently movable from the frame. But anyway, what I was getting at is I think I need to apply the transitions to the video frame behind it to translate it, which is going to be annoying. So I'm going to get stuck into that, start the timer and try to do 25 minutes, see where it takes me. So it's working well. Need a bit of cleanup. So the video camera, I've now got it, the ability for the scale and the offset to happen. The offset, everything's done in a percentage basis, and then automatically done to higher definition 1080. So for example, a shaky cam shakes it, and then I've also got a camera for zoom out. I won't do zoom out, do zoom in out. So it kind of works. So let's go back to here. Doing something a bit weird there. Zoom in out, and it's jagged, so there's no animation between it. That's the keyframe and keyframe, and then I'll just use with animation to smoothen it. But to do that, I need a better way to calculate the current frame. At the moment, it's just calculating at each frame what the current frame is. Not the most efficient way of doing it, and then I can't apply it with animation to it either. So what I'll be doing is updating it to check periodically each keyframe, whether it's the current keyframe, I guess, and then setting the effect from there. Sorry, I've got a crying baby. Trying to get life to work around work. Fun. I'm sticking around another 45 minutes, 5 o'clock Melbourne time. I'm off. It's currently 4:16. Been on all day. To try to make it like a solution that I've tried to do is get this, like I've bought a foot pedal for the Stream Deck, which lets me mute the mic. So when I'm talking, I can have it running. And when I'm done, I can mute it. So when life becomes hectic, I can keep it up. And I've got this camera to box in just this area here. Previously it was like I had this camera, and that's the whole view. Sometimes like the kids will set up on over here. In all realism, I probably have one more time session to go, and then it's time to call it a day. So I'm going to get stuck into that pretty soon. Thanks for the sub, Ed. I think I'm starting to get the groove of this. I reckon this has been one of the more successful streams. Maybe it's just consistency. I'm not sure. So I'm going to get stuck into another timed session and then round up for the day. That's been my full work day streamed. I don't know whether that's something people want, but you've got it. Might change the music up. Find something else. I'm using Epidemic Sound, and it's like a royalty free, so if paid for a subscription, I'm allowed to use any of the music on here. I'm thinking I want like something like Blade Runner type deal, like that Neo, what's it called? Neo-punk electronic. Let's see. Not sure that's even working. Am I offline? What's happening? No, I'm still online. It's just this app. Close. Quit. Drone angry fear. Drone angry. The way they categorize songs is a bit odd. Electronic. Future bass. I feel like that'll do. I'm going to get started on the next time session and then a bit of a roundup on how the day's gone. Hello AO, I'm building a automatic captions app, so automatically adds captions to videos. At the moment I'm trying to get the video transition to work nicely. So I've got it looking up the keyframes, but then it's basically just clicking onto the keyframe instead of animating it. Because I'm using with animation. See how it just clicks in? It should zoom in through the whole, like ease into it. So I'm trying to calculate the time between the current frame and the next frame. I was really hoping to tie it up all nicely so that would finish up my coding session for today. But it's not going the way that I want it to. And I think the other alternative is to calculate each individual frame, like what I'm doing when it's being rendered. So being rendered is fine. It's easing in very nicely. So I'll show you what it looks like. So see that it eases in. And on the preview, I want it to ease in as well. But it eases out, which is the confusing bit. So that eases out, and then it clicks in.
Hello, Daddy.
Hello. So it's been a pretty successful day. I've coded, so I've been working on this video camera, doing some, got it working, so it's rendering in the video and then also in the preview.
Daddy,
Yeah.
please.
What's up? So I think that's it for me. It's been a productive day. Catch you in the next one.